Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 6 of Disco Elysium. As I recall, where we left off, we have a couple tasks ahead of us, and one of them, I think the most pressing option, is we're going to go investigate some of the lorry drivers that have been in the traffic jam just outside the Whirling in Rags. We were tasked by a representative for the Wild Pines group, I think it is, to go try to identify which of the lorry drivers might be secretly transporting the materials to create new narcotics. And once they make it to the port, they will become untraceable. But thanks to the traffic jam that was, it turns out, created by Wild Pines, if we can identify where those drugs are being transported, what vehicle is carrying those drugs, hopefully we can not only get some drugs for our character, but hopefully get a good payout and get some information from the Wild Pines rep. Now, Kim Kutsuragi is not happy with this turn of events, despite the fact that I did everything I could to follow up on his prompt to act radically and try to throw her off her game, and he was just very unimpressed with my attempts, which indicate that maybe I quietly failed some roles on the underside. Maybe I should have taken more drama options or something. That's the great thing about this game. I'm not actually super sure why things go the way that they do, so it makes it exciting that you don't know, like, wait, did I choose wrong, or did I fail an invisible role, or is this the way it was always gonna go? And I'm enjoying that uncertainty. But with that quick intro, let's go ahead and hit continue. Yeah, I have it dialed up a little bit high in my headphones, so we might make a few adjustments as we go. Oh, that's right, and we actually had one more thing that we were going to talk with her about, which was...
You're back.
Oh, that's right,
Good.
reality.
What can I help you with?
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality that we're in.
This reality?
She pulls her hood closer around her neck.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
Let's see. I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in. It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even those basic terms of reality. Now, I've been keeping that from Kim, but he specifically asked me to, like, play up the whole medical episode thing, so... Yeah, you know what? It's related to that medical episode.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
She puts down her thermal cup and looks at you.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
Thanks, Kim. And hello to Grumpy. Grumpy, I hope that you're having a great morning.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
She takes a long sip of tea. I do not know, like, yeah, you would think that getting a rundown of all of reality might take a bit, so I don't know how much of our episode this is going to be. If you do and choose to skip ahead in the timeline, no worries, but let's find out what we can.
We're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Okay, hey, Encyclopedia says straight up, start with the first. Let's hit it. Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Sure. Baby.
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
And what is Martinez besides the city that we are clearly standing in?
Martinez is a district of Revachol.
District, whatever.
A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock.
She looks around, her green raincoat flapping in the wind.
You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Okay, you mentioned a sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
We're near the ocean.
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of the island? And I feel like I should know this, but it is slipping my mind right now.
Caillou,
Right.
as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
So I wonder, just out of curiosity, what if empathy had failed but conceptualization had been successful? It wouldn't still have said "and to humanity at large." That wouldn't make any sense. So anyway, just sort of curious about that. Maybe there is no conceptualization check without the empathy check. Yeah, because empathy was easy. Okay, I'm just sort of looking at how the progression goes. Okay, so that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes it so great?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay, who built the city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was it built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
Part of me thinks that I would probably get a lot more out of this if I took notes, because we've seen the phrase DeLorean come up before, which we now know is 380 years ago, which implies that we are... Are we in... Forget it. Why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
My question is who's they who says it, but that's not an option, so instead, why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
Let's see. Well, if this is where the money is, we are not on the periphery. So we're pretty much at the center of the world, given the fact... Well, the Insulindic Ocean is the world's connective tissue. But that still puts us at the center of the world.
Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise.
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
She watches you closely as you scan the horizon.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Okay, so we've gotten a new quest from Inland Empire, because a new thought did enter my cabinet there. Let's just take one quick look at it. Jamais vu derealization. Revachol Special Administrative Region, Le Caillou, the Insulindian Ocean, Coalition Government, Insulindian Mission Command, name after name, and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Truvant, the Apricot Company, World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch the corners and see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all the thoughts, the one you truly must complete. All right, I guess now we know where my next point is going to go, because as far as I know, I need to spend a point to unlock a slot and then try to do this. I feel like I'm still unclear on whether or not there's any sort of adjacency bonuses that I should be taking into position. So let's sort of slot this in when I get another 15 experience points, which may happen during this very conversation.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
I think that Kim does a good job of sort of signaling when we should move on. And I really do want to go to the lorries before they take off. I feel like we've got a lot of time before they sort of go to sleep in the back of their trucks or whatever they're doing. So, but let's go talk to them anyway.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Okay, I do want to try this, the Esprit de Corps, because we've got an almost 60% chance, and if I fail it now, I can retry the next time that we put some points into Esprit de Corps. So, let's do it.
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
She says energetically, and I say the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The lieutenant steps in to make a gesture encompassing you both.
He's being sarcastic.
So wait, why would I ask, are we? I'd be asking that to Kim. He's being sarcastic. Do I want to ask that? I guess I do.
We are.
All right. You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
If I ever have to read this word aloud, I'm just letting you guys know I'm going to say ailments because I'm going to misread it. It is aliments, and part of it is that it turns out I'm not actually familiar with the phrase aliments. I'll have to look that up at some point.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
Okay, hold on. So I get to choose if I'm a lackey of capital, a thrall to foreign interests, one of the good guys, which is what I'd like to be, and... Well, let's read what she said. 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital. That doesn't sound like the good guy at all. That sounds like, if I'm reading, the way that I read that is that the RCM's responsibility is to prevent any sort of local leadership or self-interested regulation from the people of Martinez so that the city can continue to be governed efficiently and cheaply and profitably by foreign interests, for their financial benefit. That's what I'm reading that as. So basically, I'm a thrall to foreign interests.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
She leans in.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
I'm going to ask why, although I can think of a lot of reasons not to be a fan of me.
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
We heard about that meltdown, too.
They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
Wait, so the RCM is a local citizens' initiative? Why are we keeping everything weak at the behest of foreign capital? I guess maybe it's the only economical way to survive because we're not... Like, she described Caillou as being self-sufficient, but I'm getting the sense that maybe we're not.
That's somewhat
Yet?
of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
I want to say thank you. I'm trying to think if there's any downside to that. I'm going to say thank you.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
She bows and smiles. Now, there is one thing that's very important in everything that we just heard. Number one, maybe this is an opportunity for the game to have a character that sits you down as the player to say, here's exactly how world history is, here's where you are, and to fill in some of that lore like a codex. However, it doesn't escape me that this is not a codex entry. This is a self-interested arbiter working on behalf of a foreign corporation, and her vision of what reality is may be incomplete or heavily skewed towards her own outlook. So I think that based on what Kim said, we have heard enough from her for now.
Glad to have been of assistance.
And
That I know. Anything else?
so we'll probably stop in with her from time to time, maybe even later today, but we'll find out. All right. Without saying anything, so I want to go see the lorries. Okay, and this is the way back there. Okay, I'm still learning some of the back alleys of the map. I was... in the first Mass Effect, without giving anything away about the actual plot, there's a character that you can meet fairly early on who will methodically tell you everything about the history of her people. And I'm trying to right now to remember what the race is. And that conversation, let me just pause it for 1 second. That conversation, I feel like can go on for like 30 minutes. And it's her like really walking through all of the intricacies of how the governments are set up and how there's a line of succession and how the people are named. And it's so much information all at once that, to be blunt, a fraction of it ever comes up in any meaningful way. And I feel like maybe they wanted, here in Disco Elysium, a character who could serve the same purpose, but also prompt you, hey, you don't have to do this all in one big chunk, because this is going to be a lot. Maybe pace it out a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go into inventory. I'm going to take this plastic bag out of my hand, because if I'm going to be interviewing witnesses, I'm not sure that I want to do it this way. So I've got an encyclopedia hat. I've got a +1 esprit de corps. I've got a +1 drama. Now, here's where, like, I would like to be wearing a different set of pants, because I'd rather have, for these interviews, +1 savoir-faire, or at least not a -1 savoir-faire, but both the +1 composure I'm good with, but the thing is, if I take these pants off, I don't think that people are going to want to talk to me. I would not want to talk to me if I wasn't wearing pants. So Yeah, and I can't afford to buy any clothes, so... Wait. I had an option to go search for... I don't want the fallen pants. I mean, I kind of want the fallen pants, but I think they're way too expensive for me. Oh, I think I lost a point of good cop, bad cop. Well, we'll figure it out. Clothes in the trash. No. What I want... No, I want map. I don't know where that is. Electrochemistry. There was one... Yeah, the policeman's cloak I can't get yet. Box of sunglasses. Have I put a point to conceptualization? I might have. Yeah, before we do this, let me see if I can find some sunglasses or anything else to improve my stats. I want to be very careful about what I buy, but if there's white checks to be retried, I'd like to do that now. So I think the sunglasses are here. Yep, you can see them.
The shine on these sunglasses...
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Okay, so I cannot find something truly interesting in the box. I have not unlocked that. I can retry it after I put a point into conceptualization. +1 perception. I can't afford $6 though. And then +1 electrochemistry. I don't not want to lose a point of logic though, so we'll leave for now. Okay, but the other thing that I was thinking that I'd want to try... Let me just check my map again. Okay, the Man from Heimdall series, Heimdall. I haven't gained any points in pain threshold or reaction speed. The damage ledger, yeah, it sucks. And these are white? Why are these white? Maybe because I've already tried them? Or they're way too hard for me. Okay, you know something? I want to go back to the... I think this is it, the pawn shop. Because there were some clothes that I could sort through, and I would love to find out if there's a good set of pants in there. I don't know if I can reopen the white check. Alright, I think it was over here.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
Oh, maybe I did find a cool shirt. I don't want to spend $2 on this, so... Nope, okay. It was worth a shot. I had a memory of there being... Maybe I was thinking of the sunglasses, or maybe the book series. Like, hey, you've got some options here, but you failed the check. Maybe come back a little bit later. Alright, so our next task is that drug ring that we've been talking about. And I'm just saying that, like, this guy is my immediate thought on who it is. But let's find out. I'm going to save it real quick. We've actually reloaded past 0 failed checks or bad mistakes so far. Alright, buddy.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know?
He folds his hands behind his head and leans back. So I'm already now thinking that it's not him, because if I was running drugs, I probably would not be so interested in talking about drugs.
But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man,
Whoa.
That's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Okay, so I double tapped enter. Shit. Can I... So that doesn't count. I didn't mean to do that. So this is it. Immediately after saying we've never reloaded, I double tapped enter and didn't get to see what the options were, and apparently immediately pissed him off. So that's... I might still say that, but whoops. Load. And load my quick save, I think. Yes. I've actually double tapped enter on a couple of previous occasions, but the system didn't pick up on it, so it never advanced, so it never came up. All right, let's try that one more time.
Still here. Stuck in the... Ah, man. But...
Just be straight
Okay.
with him.
Okay, so apparently here's what I hit. Do you finance those other addictions with drug trafficking? Yeah, see, I would never be so direct. I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer, which is kind of what I'm doing. Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B. Again, I immediately think that he's not involved, given the fact that he's like, oh, drugs. Yeah, those were great. I mean, I've stopped since then, but I have fond memories. That doesn't seem to me to be how a drug runner would be talking. That said, this is both true and could lead us to the information that we want. Hello to Kentem Sir. Kentem Sir? 1013. I hope you're having a great Monday so far. Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B. He's so easygoing, though. Like, I like him so much. He's so good at being like, hey, I'm just sitting here having a smoke. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm a cool guy. I'm gonna play into that rather than trust him.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
No, I actually really want to get high.
Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety. Better get straight to the point.
Okay, well, so let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs. See, now that he's going to think that I've been dishonest, I think he's going to be less forthcoming. This is worse than if I'd just gone directly here. Nonetheless, it's the path that I chose.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
See, again, this random dude uses the word conflagration in just random everyday conversation. That's the world of Disco Elysium. And that's not a complaint. I actually really like it. Some words I know, like big bonfire, big like inferno, but others are like, I've never heard this word before. I don't know what it means. Elements is one of them. Why is he hanging around? Well, he's hanging around because he can't leave. So who do you think could be conducting the drug trade?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Drama, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that you do think that he's lying and are just not saying it for dramatic effect? Or does that mean that you wouldn't say that he's lying because he's not? You really got to speak plain. Is there a higher success that I can roll so that drama just says English? Okay, well, I think that's everything that I can get out of him. Already, my investigation is not off to the best start. Okay, and we've had, let's say, poor relationship with racist lorry driver in the past. I don't think this is going to go well.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Oh, I'd love to, but in this case, I can ask him for a smoke. You're a lorryman, right? You're lorryman. What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
You smell of booze and cigarettes. What's different about narcotics?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage.
Oh, God. Okay. They make Al Ghul alcohol in Ilmara too. I was told that they do. So take your not... Why would I approach it that directly? I don't think that he is. Here's the thing. Here's my view on it. If you're smuggling drugs, then when somebody asks you about drugs, your most likely response is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just drive a truck, I deliver chicken wings or frozen ice cream or jeans or whatever. Definitely don't go looking through my cargo because there's nothing there. You don't express a strong opinion about it, although strong condemnation would be a good way to go. I agree it's our responsibility to keep the poison off the streets of Revachol. Well, this is a good response unless he is smuggling drugs. I'm going to ask him about the Al Ghul, the alcohol.
I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much, but they do no booze.
All right. So maybe we could get him to narc on somebody else. I agree, man. It's our responsibility to keep this poison off the streets of Revachol.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then,
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
He puffs on his cigarette. Yeah, we antagonized him earlier, and I don't feel bad about that, but that's where we are. Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most of the other camionneurs have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
there was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
It's almost like you're a shitty conversationalist. He takes a long suck on his cigarette, appearing to savor the taste.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
If you were at the Whirling, how do you know it was Kipt that broke into the lorry? And I've forgotten, this is some sort of like a slur of some kind. Hopefully there's like a journal or a codex that unlocks all the different terms that we've heard.
What? Aren't we allowed to say that it's the Kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road to science, man.
All right, if it's not you, who's running the drugs?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Who is that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
Where do I find him?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
The lorryman lets out a raspy croak at his own sense of humor.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right. 100%.
He nods in a sagely manner, then another puff on that cigarette. It seems abundantly clear that his suspicion of this guy is exclusively by the fact that he's of a different ethnicity.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Well, I guess we need to pay him a visit.
Guess so.
He grins, contented with himself. Yeah, he turned the police against somebody that he doesn't like for prejudicial reasons. So I will ask him if he's got a smoke. There's a 0% chance. Hello, Brian. Brian, I hope you're having a nice Monday so far. He's not going to give me a smoke.
No.
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
You're smoking one right now.
It's my last one.
I do not want to smoke off his cigarette. I don't want to smoke at all, and I don't feel like my character is that desperate. Are you hiding smokes from me then?
Why would I do that? I'm an honest man.
He puts out his cigarette and flicks the tiny stub towards the street. I am not going to threaten this man over his cigarette. Like, let's remove the fact that he's racist and, like, really, really unpleasant. You don't walk up to somebody in the street, ask if they have a cigarette, and then if they say no, get mad at them. They don't have to give you one. So, cool, cool, cool.
I bet.
His cool gaze pierces deep, with noxious effluence wafting in the surrounding air.
Sorry I couldn't be of any help.
He gives you an ambivalently mocking half nod. I am perfectly comfortable not being friends with this guy. We're done. So, he says that I should go to the south. I am instead going to see if there's anybody else that I can talk to. Now, this guy is a fake worker. Hello to Ruination Ronin. I hope you're having a nice Monday so far.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Okay, we don't have anything new to ask Scab Leader. I was just wondering if he might have seen anything regarding the drug trafficking. Now, let's go up here, because we can look into this...
stuck in the traffic jam. This big, the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings. The back end of the cabin is a small perch to sleep.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything new for us here.
Hangs from the rear view. It is a seal of Royalist era
Okay, I don't think there's anything new in there for us. That's why I skipped through the dialogue. Just finished The Last of Us 2 a few minutes ago. Without saying anything, it's a very, very impactful ending. I don't think that we should talk about it here for spoiler purposes for others, but I had a strong and very positive reaction to that game. If you enjoyed it a fraction as much as I did, I hope that you had a really, really good time. Also, I actually didn't know when my character said a few moments ago during that last conversation, hey, there was a lorry that had been split open and everything spilled out. I don't remember seeing that. Ronan definitely enjoyed it. Yeah, it is a remarkable game, and I think a real triumph of storytelling.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
Okay, I do not enjoy harassing this woman who mostly just wants to be left alone, but we do now have a new option to snap your fingers in front of her face. This seems extremely rude. I hate it when people do stuff like this, but we have not been able to get her attention any other way.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Sorry, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, but Kentemsur says, it's the lorry that you asked the racist about. Yeah, but, like, physically, which one in the world? Like, this one is open in the back, but I feel like a couple of them are. I need to look around to identify the one that my character asked the lorry driver about, because my character knows about it, and the racist lorry driver knows about it, and I don't remember. So, if you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful. All right, snap your fingers twice. Have you ever had anybody do this to you? It sucks.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back into reality.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Are you all right?
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
When else would you be? I feel like that's a good conversation opener.
Back in Mefka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is.
The look she gives you is accusatory. I feel comfortable asking about this, even though Gabriel Buendero is somebody very important to her, apparently. Okay, I'm going to ask about him. Or her. I assume it's a him.
This is Gabriel Buendero.
She shows you the photograph in the lavish amber frame that she's been holding and looking at.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young? I think that's Mesk.
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. So are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
If this is not our drug dealer, I don't know what else to make of her. Sorry, that's judgmental. She may not be taking from her own stash, but she has an interesting view of linear causality.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Thank you very much for the follow from Calendaria Tattoos. So Brian's going to take off and play Outriders. Brian, have a great game. And, Tashir says, I was hoping that I return home for an Angel stream. Tashir, give us good news that you were returning home from getting your glasses. And if not, I hope that they arrive soon. Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Lawman. It was early spring, and the mine behind the Black Sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow and she appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Okay, I have some other questions for you.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
I do want to see the soles of her boots. We are currently still missing confirmation of the 8th person at the hanging. Somebody who has one sole of their boot that is oddly worn more than the other, and we think might be a driver. Before we get to that, though, what are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
So this is how I would expect a drug runner to be answering questions, like something of immense value. Ha ha ha. No, just kidding.
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
Calandria is saying, no worries. I'm enjoying the stream playing this game myself, and it's great. It really is. Like, I'm very glad that you're here. I would be concerned about watching other streams while I'm playing, just because the game it feels very non-linear, so you can go and like pursue different lines of inquiry at different times, and I'd be worried about seeing too much. So no worries if at some point you decide to duck out, but welcome, and I hope that it's an entertaining view. So she smiles a carefree smile as she says that.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Electrochemistry, for the first time ever, we are in agreement. So you get high off driving the lorry? I don't know why she... No, what she means, Pale Driver, like, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo. I would think that she does it for the cash to buy the drugs, but...
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
She closes her eyes in reverie.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand? Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
I still don't really understand this whole boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
The boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
What's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
And... well, an old ballad. I'm gonna guess it doesn't happen.
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Magritte, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So, Calendria is describing a very similar experience to our own here. I have also had this game in my library for a while, but had held off sort of accidentally until the final cut content came out that added all of this voice acting, and also wanted to play it because our good friend Azaric was also starting to play it, and I want to be able to watch his playthrough. So he definitely does not give up his riding and settle down.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
Should I play along with it? That sounds horrific, but I'm going to play along with her and say, oh, what a beautiful song. Yeah.
The most beautiful. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
Well, thank God she's dead then.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away. Although I feel like we talked at length about this.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her thing.
No, Kim, you're wrong on that one.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Right, because she's got drugs. And Kim, I've got bad news for you about my relationship with drugs. I guess I'll ask her... No, I'm not going to ask her this. I'm not going to ask her if she should be allowed to drive a lorry based on... No, that's not going to put us on good terms.
A pilgrim is what it is.
She nods her head according to a rhythm known only to her, staring at the photo in her hands. So, I feel like now that we've gotten to know each other, I can, ask about the soles of her boots.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
Let's see, I can plead with her. Important police business. You know what? I'm just going to say, please, it's important. I cannot imagine why she would do it under these circumstances, but theoretically I could always say please business afterwards.
Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Yeah, Tashir's saying that the cast is really nice. The narrator is my favorite. And as Kent says, the voice acting does make it better. Yeah, I only saw like a fractional amount when J.V. McMaster was playing, and that was before the voice acting was added. But it definitely adds a lot to the incidental characters to hear them speaking instead of to have me trying to guess what they would sound like.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
There's no aberration in the pattern of her other boot that you can see. She puts her foot down.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
Wait, what do you mean it was the coronation of Franco Congero? Okay.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Jerife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
So I'll say to Kim, she is not Odd Soul. These are not the boots that made the prince.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
Really, Kim, because you didn't say that earlier. You just sort of cast aspersions on my investigative technique.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
So you seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
I want to say, where can I get my hands on an experience like that? But I am curious about the great adversary. Not so much as where can I get drugs.
If you don't know,
She flicks her wrist in a gesture of casual dismissal.
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
I wanted to ask you if you'd be interested in smuggling some drugs. That seems like a sudden turnaround in the conversation, but sure.
why would I want to do that?
Ooh. She doesn't care about the thrill of the criminal lifestyle. And I don't think she cares about commerce, but what about for the glory of the World Republic, liberation of the spirit and body?
Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about?
My favorite part is that every time I try to be at all dishonest, every character immediately sees through it. Let me put it another way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
I feel like we've been down this road. You said earlier that you don't know what cargo you're hauling. Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Lowman?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
Boy, we have now run just on our Mobius strip back to the beginning. So this seems very rude. I didn't ask you about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that. I have on occasion had to tell people I am not interested in this topic of conversation. Usually if I have failed at getting them off of it. So let's, instead of saying that, if you had to guess, who do you think would be smuggling drugs around here?
Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
I don't think... You know something? We're not going to get anything else out of her. I didn't ask you about diamonds, did I?
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
Alright, if you're not involved in the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting here?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Oh, also got another point.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Her voice trails off. Okay, so I'm gonna save it real quick, just in case I really dislike what happens next. But as promised, oops, I very much want to put a point in here. I want to have higher stats so that I can be better at talking to people and discerning information. But the game is straight up telling me you really need to research this thought, and all of my thought boxes are full. So I'm going to spend 1 point to unlock this one, and then we're going to internalize this geographical thought or whatever, which is going to take about 3.5 hours. All right. Now, Kent was saying, like, oh, this one here. Okay. That must be the lorry that all the stuff came off of. I've been using it as a staircase this entire time. It didn't occur to me that that had collapsed. All right, we've talked to all the lorry drivers here in the main traffic jam that I'm aware of, and, you know, tapping tab doesn't get us anything. I might see if the poet over here has anything new to say. I can't imagine that he will.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
I'm pretty sure I asked him for smokes before.
Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around.
Yup. Nothing wrong with that statement.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's.
You know something? Maybe I will stop at the kiosk if, like, I don't have money to spare, but if they do have some cash that, if they do have some cigarettes for a reasonable price, apparently my character gets bonuses from smoking. Also, sadly, Tashir said that his glasses aren't ready just yet. It's mostly about ending the discomfort from that. So I think that the smokes are up here.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Oh, I'm actually going to lose a point of health, but that's okay. I've got some curatives. The only trouble is the 290. I don't think I can. Here's the thing. I need to be able to sleep tonight. As soon as I get an extra $3, we will be back for the smokes, but until then, I'm going to have to go without. All right, now, somebody or other, I think it was Racist Lorry Driver, sent me on what I am certain is a false chase after somebody. Let me talk to this guy. Maybe he knows about drug running.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
He gives you a thumbs up. What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Okay, bang, 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 bang wasn't written here. He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. Whether I'm cool or not is unimportant. See, again, I want to sort of, like, get inside his head and, like, disarm him. So really, wow, you think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumer's kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
He settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
So I can persuade to give him to give me some money. No, I want drugs. Okay, let's ask where he's from.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
You're from the Apricot Suzerainty, right?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol.
Oh.
It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Cool. Thanks, Rhetoric. You couldn't have brought that up ahead of time? I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say that you're from, pronounce it very painstakingly, Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
Sorry, I really like this guy saying that it's super nice of me to apologize for colonialism. Oh, the dialogue. Okay. Okay, you're welcome. I do try to be supportive of other peoples and cultures.
That's so cool, officer. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur by buying some pens and glasses?
Oh, he's a hustler. I like him a lot. He's very dedicated to... This guy, as far as I can tell, does not care at all what I say, do, or think. He only wants to know if I'm going to spend money. So what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I am, in fact, super into drugs.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
I like him so much. He smiles.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
Okay, we're looking for a lorry driver who is transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
Just you're saying, Angel saying, I want drugs is the funniest thing I'll hear this week. Yeah, and it turns out, like, as suspected, I am very bad at scoring drugs in the street because I basically walk up to random people and say, excuse me, I am not a police officer. Do you have any drugs I could purchase? I have my credit card here.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Can I give you my publicly available Venmo to pay with? Okay, you are a lorryman. Another driver has identified you, but I don't believe him at all, just for the record.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
He spreads his arms. You were embarrassed to tell me stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor? Sealing, my source tells me that yours... my source is full of shit. I don't care what he says. Huh. Forgot or embarrassed? Or stop squirming? This guy's gotta know shit that's going down around him. What do you know about the drug operation? It's time to hard cop it.
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Oh, everybody's afraid of everybody. I'm not sure that my authority is high enough to start telling me, tell me who the fuck is transporting the drugs around here. Who are you afraid of is an empathetic response, which is what we've got here. It wasn't some drug crowd. You know who they are. Tell me now. This guy seems pretty easygoing. If I get really confrontational, that might sort of like pound through his easygoing, I don't know nothing officer, buy some sunglasses veneer. I'm gonna go with this. It wasn't some drug crowd. You know who they are. Tell me now.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
If you don't want to get into this mess, raise your voice. You have to give us a reason to move on. We're buddies, Sea Lang, help us out. No one's going to know that it's you. Oh, man. This is a real coin flip for me. Screw it. We've already gone down the bad cop, or like at least loud cop round. You have to give us a reason to move on.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Point to the old woman. Is she dazed out and strange?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
He points north.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
All right, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective. Both of you. You deserve it.
Okay, and now we even get a +1 for getting him to rat out the lady driver. Let's all watch me fail a 72% chance to succeed.
No need to dress this way. Just tell him what you want.
I want money now.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
I don't actually want the money from him. So I'm not going to say I want you to bribe me. I'm a police officer. That's what you're supposed to do around here. I don't know. It's just the only other thing I could come up with my head to ask you. I need to get money somehow. That is much more accurate. And I don't want to extort him. I don't want to bribe. I don't even particularly want to take the money from this guy who's just trying to live his life. But we're going to say number 2.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
The street vendor nods, dead serious. And hello to Winds of the Weird. I hope that you're having a great Monday so far.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
He looks at the vendor. No, if I was trying to ask for a bribe, I would note how unfortunate it would be if the information that he gave us about the lady driver would have slipped my lips as I was interrogating the other suspects. But there's a really good way to just make sure that I have something else on my mind, which is how I'm going to spend all the money he's about to put in my hand.
Sorry, detective.
The man grins as if the entire incident is already forgotten. Yep, so I'm going to have to get another point. I feel so good when I score on a 30% success rate that I'm not that angry when I fail on a 72%. Hey, I didn't lose my favorite soldier in XCOM, right? I'll look around, thanks. Okay. Get a reality. Keep asking Joyce questions about reality or return later. She'll be here whenever you need the info. So, the armored gloves. Ask the little girl in the fishing village down the coast who knows something about the armored gloves. I can't get there until tomorrow. Joyce's info on the lynching. Pardon me. There's something she wants to tell you. You just have to present her with your badge to hear it. Or perhaps if you did her a favor, she could waive off the formality. Whatever the case, you need to know what she knows. And then the jam mystery. Find out who's the lady driver and where's her lorry. So I'm betting that now that I have some new information on a lady driver, I will have new questions to ask the other lorry drivers. Gonna take a look around down here. I don't think there's gonna be anything. Nope. It's very gloomy today. Oh, okay. So let's ask this guy about Lady Driver.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
I heard that one of the drivers is a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this Lady Driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
He shifts around, suddenly uncomfortable, then looks away. Let's see. Do you know something? What is it? I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved with the drug business. Let's change the subject then. Saying straight up she may be involved with the drug business is going to, I think, make him less inclined to say anything at all. But at the same time, he already knows why we're asking. Like, obviously. And hello to Borlock. What nonsense you playing now? Not that I see. I'll watch it anyway. So, Borlock, this is Disco Elysium. It's a semi-open world. I say semi just because it has that top-down view. It's not like an Assassin's Creed or anything like that. But it's an open world detective RPG with a real emphasis on earning money, earning experience, and then fitting out your intellect, psyche, or physicality for the way that you want to play. And so far, we've been... at least I started off thinking of, like, let's go with, like, a Columbo route. Someone who's very good at outthinking, outsmarting, and empathizing the people that he's talking to. But I've sort of turned more into a drug addict who is just jonesing for a hit of speed. Do you know something? What is it? And I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. Let's go with the second thing. I don't mean to pry, but I need your help.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying that you do. But I don't care what he said before. I care what he's saying right now. Who is this person? What's her name? Or who is she to you? Ooh, I like that second one. I'm going to go with who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
Okay, we might have to get more confrontational then. Who is the person? What's her name? He's not going to answer this.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me, too. Now I see why.
What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
So she's definitely not the blonde woman who's hanging out on the roof. Yeah, she'd never... It would be very difficult to get back to blonde from blue.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Oh, shit. Maybe it is the blonde woman. Okay. I mean, yeah, she may have dyed it again. It's just, like... I feel like you gotta get some of that blue out before you can get it back to blonde. You could get it back to white, I guess. But sooner or later, like, the hair's gonna be so damaged, it's gonna fall out. Then again, maybe it's not dyed. Maybe he just didn't recognize her wig. Alright. I asked you who's conducting, you said you didn't know, and now you're saying that you do.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not trickery. It's true. We would have caught a lie. But a kind heart is tricky. Bah. Emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
A fact that I understand why he did it. When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
Hello to Def Dopey. Oh man, Tashir comes now. Everybody's coming. Def Dopey says, what's up? Not much. Just enjoying a nice Wednesday. Why am I saying Wednesday? A nice Monday off and having some fun with some morning time Disco Elysium.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
I hope you're having a great Monday as well.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
It really, well, the thing is, I don't know why Kim is saying this except to try to set him at ease. It's not information only. Like, what do we think that Lady Yacht is going to do with this information? She's not going to allow this person to go free. But I'm going to back up Kim. It really is just information.
I just can't, man. I'm not naive.
Okay, you said that she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not. Yeah, I don't like either of those two other options. I was told everyone's afraid of her.
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
With her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
When she left, did she leave her lorry behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her out. Push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
So I'm immediately inclined to drop the matter for now, because if I have to put pressure on somebody, why not racist lorry driver? He sucks. Why not the gray-haired woman? Like, she just sort of spaces out whenever she wants. I don't think that she's going to shatter apart the way that this guy will. No. Put yourself in my shoes. She's a suspect and I need it. Force Tommy. No. I will drop the matter for now, find another way.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
All right, so I can come back and ask him about that later. Goodbye, Tommy. Among other things, like, I actually like Tommy. Like, he seems like a decent, well-meaning person. It is interesting that he's okay with others ratting her out. I don't, like, that's not the mark of a very good friend. But then again, maybe he's just one of those people that has trouble saying no. Like, left to his own devices, he really doesn't want her to get harassed, but he sort of folds in the face of authority like a police officer asking a bunch of probing questions. All right, racist lorry driver, what do you got for me?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
I know you've been giving me the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, first, you knew Sealang didn't do it.
He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
He grins a wide smile.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up.
All right, why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? The lady driver? Because here's the thing. This guy is not going to be willing to say that... I'll be interested to see if we get it, but the way that I believe he'd phrase it is a female would run anything. Racism and misogyny frequently go absolutely hand in hand, so I'm going to say, so who does? The lady driver?
No. He means la puta madre.
I don't know what that means, and I wasn't asking you, Kim.
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock. Controls what is probably the most powerful organized crime outfit in Revachol West. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Hit it? Okay, then I take it back. Kim, go for it.
Yeah, him.
For a moment, the lorryman is silent, then he spits on the pavement. Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
He says, unsure where this is leading.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting into this.
Say nothing.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurching.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
Quick question, because I'm not fluent in any language at all, but English is the closest that I come. Padre Madre, is that just father, mother? Also, Calindria is saying, I love how you are light path all the way. My playthrough, I'm full scumbag. Like, in my vision, I would like this character to sweep up the shards of his psyche and life and try to build up to something better. However, I'm full on going to drop speed if I ever find any.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Jesus Christ. I'm starting to feel like I'm Kim's sidekick and not the other way around.
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends. Can I have that smoke, by the way?
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
God fucking damn it. Oh no! Do I have like a different shirt I can put on for extra half-light? Oh man. I mean, I'm gonna do it. Here we go.
The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important thing is, how does it look on your resume?
Oh, interesting. So, Calandria is saying, La puta madre is an expression. It's like saying for fuck's sake, but it translates to the whore's mother. In Spanish, we use it as for fuck's sake. Okay, yeah, see, I know extremely basic words in Spanish, like padre and madre, but yeah, that expression is good to know, so thank you. Okay, I'm not apologizing. I know I'm sorry, cop, but we're not doing that. Why don't you and me step outside for a little talk? This is so pathetic. We're already outside. But the jig's up. I've got the goods on you. Also... Okay, look, here's the thing. If you and me go to step outside, he's only going to point out that we're literally standing outside and we're already alone. So it's just going to be super pathetic. The jig's up. I've got the goods on you.
Oh yeah? And what goods are those?
Yeah, okay. Your, goods?
There's some kind of homo thing?
Don't really... Well, I could probably make him really uncomfortable if I say maybe it is. I don't really know where that came from. Sure. Maybe it is.
Okay, that's enough, detective. That's enough.
Oh, I'm such a disappointment.
Let's just go and ask Tommy, alright? We are wasting our time here.
Okay, so if I get more points in Half-Light, then I'd be able to do it. But even if I have like a pair of pants or something, you cannot change clothes while you're in a conversation. No, 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 no. Okay, I think that we saw some piece of clothing somewhere where I could add a point of Half-Light, but Calendria is saying puta is whore doesn't make any sense if you translate it. Yeah, like, and that's the way that certain idioms or expressions go. The literal translation doesn't capture the cultural or societal meaning.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Okay, I thought maybe Call Me Manana would have something to say. Not today. Okay, so we still got one place to follow up and go talk to the Pale driver. I guess I could have gone around the front too, now that I think about it.
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Hi, person who's clearly not the lady driver. Are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Herife?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I was told of a woman driver. You're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
So you're not the driver everyone is terrified of.
I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Oh, I believe you. Then who is the female driver? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's continue to engage her in conversation. Why are you scary to the people who used to know you?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
You said long haul, that's...
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. It's all just...
She hums along as if to a track on repeat.
In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
Okay, who was the female driver that I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? Oh, Sim.
The woman stares at you, her mind elsewhere on other matters. Okay, so that was a quick swing on and miss. So, we've got a couple ways to follow up, and at the moment, I'm inclined to... Well, quick save it for now. I'm inclined to drop it temporarily because a few things are going to happen. First of all, I'm 20% done already with this thought, and for all I know, it's going to give me +1 half-light or something. So we might as well give it another couple hours before I make any rash moves. Secondly, I might at some point get another experience level, and then I could potentially put something into half-light and re-roll that. Yeah, that doesn't seem... That seems like a real waste of a point, is my only concern there. And finally, we do have other things that we can follow up on. So, it's Wednesday, the pissing competition. Ask him about this after the initial inspection of the body is done. I feel like I need to get the body down before I can do that, but let me just ask Kim real quick if he'll tell me about that pissing competition.
Yes.
Tell me about the case again?
What do you want to know?
Oh, here we go. Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. and now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to Police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
I wonder what this says about me, that I was sent by my station. Well, why not follow up? So you've volunteered to spoil it.
Yes. I am an unrepentant spoilsport.
The lieutenant appears pleased with this. What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
I wonder what this says about me. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make the next move. Kim's a sharp guy. He knows when to keep his mouth shut. Let's see. There can only be one conclusion. I'm the finest we have. A hero cop sent to outperform you in every way imaginable. Yeah, and we're off to a great start. I must be an augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message? Don't be scared, but I think I might have supernatural abilities. I'll probably kill I probably have an unbelievable kill count. No, you have three people is who you've killed. I'm going to leave why I was sent unspecified. Number 5 is the least offensive to the truth, so I'm going to go with number 5.
The silence carries.
All right, enough of the competition then.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Okay, so I am sorry, cop. Sylvie suicide jokes? What? I know Sylvie. She's the woman who we briefly thought phoned in the dead body. Suicide jokes? Roy mentioned suicide. Why did the 41st send me? Oh, we must be deducing that I'm a suicide risk. Why would they send me because of that? I don't know. But let's go ahead and say this.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Oh, well, there we go. That makes a lot more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
So I can say to him, Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck up, like as a joke? Do I want to say that? That feels like I am diminishing his opinion of me. Is it a bonding exercise for him to think that as well? Here's the thing, though. Apparently my character solved like 200 or 300 cases. Like, I'm good at my job, if my, like, weird patch insignia is to be believed. Do I want to say this to him, though? We've only known each other for like a day. This seems like a real harsh revelation to drop on him. I'm going to keep it to myself.
Of course, it's only a theory.
All right. So, we did that. Jam mystery. Yeah, we're waiting on that. We can't do that. We can't do that until I can get him down. Ask her about the tattoo's possible meanings. The only person that I've asked so far is what's her face. So I'll tell you the next thing that I'm going to do. The smoker on the balcony. Let's find out his apartment number. Sarzan was voting to say it. Well, it's too late. We decided not to. So, to catch everybody up, the topic is I interacted with a smoker on a balcony, and one of the apparently rare successes that I had in a skill check was we got him to agree to talk to us later, kind of off the record. And I'm trying to... Yep, it's back here. So what we need to do... Actually, you know what? Let's just read this. You met a mysterious stranger smoking on the balcony of the apartment building north of Martinez. He knows something about the murder. Find out where he lives and question him again. Wouldn't mind getting that bottle as well. So hopefully we can get in here and find some information. Also, hello to Sar Zand. Alright, we've not been in here before, so there might be some new stuff to look at. Oh, and I should get my bag out just in case there's any bottles. Have I mentioned that I'm a hotshot detective? Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Do they post the eviction notices on the main bulletin board in the lobby? This box is filled with cleaning chemicals, smells of laundry detergent, and... Oh, okay, flip up glasses, the auditor. So we can get +1 logic and -1 authority. I'm not super keen on putting those on, because if we take a look here, well, my authority is 5, and my logic is 5. It's a little bit of a push, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure that I want to put those on yet. And here's the balcony. Alright. Yeah, maybe there's a cigarette in here. No, but it's 15 cents. I am now, I'm so bad at math. This many cents. I need $20 to stay the night. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. And we've got some... do I want to go... Well, let me look at these. A door to be remembered. This is the door to apartment 29. Complete silence, whoever lives there isn't home. That could be the mysterious smoker. This is the door to apartment 30. Voices from within and singing along to some buoyant dance track. Can I go further down this way? Yeah, I don't think I can get that bottle. It's on the other side of the... Yeah, so many bottles. Also, I cannot see it from here, so we'll have to go back downstairs. So, like, this looks like an air conditioner unit. If I put, like, the pry bar into my hand or the chain cutters, does that make any difference? Oh, it does! Okay. Well, that's how I learned about that. Maybe this could be used for some of the, like, other doors that I've been seeing. I don't think that the management will want me, like... Oh, hello to Jade May! Jade, got a chance to watch some of your, RuneScape stream, the last one that you did. It's still a very cool game. Just a door, nothing for you here right now. Alright, and I'm gonna look at this. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electrical wires, as God intended. The curtains shift just a little, someone is watching from within. Well, that's fine. Now, I do feel a little bit self-conscious walking around with a crowbar in my hand. This is a weird... semi-sci-fi dystopia area, but that doesn't mean that we're in Half-Life. Alright, let's go see what we can find. An old shoe rack, boot sneakers, and old slippers. Apartment 12, a loud rumbling snore comes from within. Is this dark enough for a flashlight? It seems like it might be. Go. Nice! Magnesium and alcohol. +1 physique, -1 morale. I wonder how long that lasts, though. There must be a time limit on it. Moss crawls on these bathroom tiles, actual moss, and the shower curtains are covered in some kind of slime. Also, there's like a tank or something here to interact with. Oh, 42 cents. There we go! Hey, I now have... Actually, I probably had it the last bunch of money that I picked up. I now officially have enough cash to spend the night. Hold on. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Too small, too large, and just right. I'm gonna gonna F5 it. I'm getting lots of cash all of a sudden. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11.
Examine.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Okay. I don't know why I'm going in there yet, so I'm gonna back off for a minute. Come on. It's $7? Wait, what the hell is this? A giant wallet? I so want to, like, is it just a random box that had $7 in it? That's a vast sum based on how much money I've had so far. Oh, postcard? All right. I should have come in here yesterday. I wouldn't have had to sell those hubcaps.
Walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Okay, well, we've got to find somebody to ask about the mysterious smoker on the balcony, so...
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Okay, that's not what is here. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wary and tense. Well, I've only got the one option. The creepiest thing in the world would be to just walk away. Like, you pound on the door, and then when somebody speaks up, you just don't respond. So, this is the police. Open up. Do I have to open the door? You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge. Wait, she was moving furniture in heels? That's ill-advised. Do you have a warrant? I'm not obliged to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
No, that's true. I just wanted to ask if she knew this guy.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Logic, that's how I've played this whole game, and sometimes it's gotten me in trouble. Alright, number 9 is locked. 25 cents. Whoever thought that'd be so happy to have like a quarter?
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is cleaning on her broom. Her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Okay, I can skip straight to it. I'm looking for a young male, etc., but I'm going to ask who you are.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
She spits on the floor before wiping it off with a broom. Ugh.
It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask her a couple of questions about herself. Let's work up to it. Again, I have a few questions about these apartments. Do I really, though? Well, I might as well.
Ask away, policeman.
Who lives in apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
Okay, I talked to somebody through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
She pauses, eyeing the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Absolutely, especially if there's even a slight reward for it.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Well, hold on. Beer cans. I might be able to make use of those. Do you have those piled up somewhere? Who lives behind the padlock door?
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
I sure don't mean astronomy.
That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
What can you tell me about Cindy? Have we even met a Cindy in the entire game?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans on her broom.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
I feel like we sequence broke a little bit. I don't think I've gotten any lowdown on a Cindy at all.
Oh.
All right, I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No, no trouble. I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
So I don't yet know what the game qualifies as evening. I would probably think like 2000 hours and onward, so it'll probably be a ways.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I think that's everything. The Gravito says a firing squad for the rich, and then this door here, their mailbox is overflowing. All right, there's a staircase down. I'm going to check out the rest of this floor first. Foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Is this the same balcony? We'll head out there in just a second. Let me look around in here. The sea below looks cold and winter gray. And then someone has torn down the wall. Can I go back here? Oh yeah, I thought that looked like it was like taped up cardboard or something. An old grocery list sits on the table and checks. And we've got some health and 20 cents. All right, let's head out into this balcony. I don't know if it's the same one. We are looking for apartment 28, and also now we have a reason to go knock on that door of the abandoned apartment, and somebody's moving around furniture in heels. Oh, hold on.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Former guess about what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
I want to look at the ruins in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Take in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Who did this? I mean, clearly it has something to do with the revolution.
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army. hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
It's so weird that my character has all of this encyclopedic knowledge about extremely specific things in the world, but also doesn't know what landmass he's on. Hey Kim, do you know who shelled our city?
The Coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Noted. Alright, there's like a cardboard box here with some tear in it. Hey buddy, you got any plastic bottles or cigarettes?
Ooh.
Oh, it's
the
her.
Piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
We cops don't like closed doors or unreachable perches or having people... Or people having high ground on us. That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
Kim says that, studying the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
I don't have... First of all, I'm not sure it's a very good idea to be smearing combustible fuel onto the side of a building with a history of large explosive shells raining down on it. However, she's not going to care if the fumes are bad for you. She probably likes that. And I can't think of any reason to say that she should hand it over. Screw it. That's some clever cultural commentary.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
She's going to light this whole place up. It's going to be Thursday. This is just going to be a big flame graphic. All right. Thanks, Cindy. Well, let me check this door. Unless this is the door that I came out. No. This is Cindy's place? Oh, wait, no. This is the little tiny room that's right next to the coal room. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Oh, that's Cindy. Okay, we have met a Cindy. I absolutely did not put that together until just now. Cindy the Skull. Got it. That's who the Cindy was. Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Oh, wait. Dungarees. +1 electrochemistry, -1 reaction speed. So they're a little bit tight. Okay, so, like, here we learned, like, some of these things we might be able to pry open. Let me put the pry bar into my hand. Yeah, now we can do it, okay? That's how we learn how the game works. This is one of those things where I'm really glad that nobody told me that's how it worked, and we sort of, like, stumbled upon it here. Gives me more reason to look back across the world. Now I want to ask the cleaning woman about Cindy again, because I really didn't incorporate that knowledge very well. Can I ask her about her sleeping arrangements?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Okay, she's not a miner. Don't you have a real home? It's not the nicest place, but I guess it'll have to do. I don't like asking her about her real home. She's not a minor, so I'm going to say it's not the nicest place, but I guess it'll have to do. I feel like my character personally has stayed in worse places and recently.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does.
She looks
like
at
me.
Oh.
Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
She looks at the paint dripping down the wall. Okay, I guess I'll ask her about her real home.
Does anyone in a city like this?
She replies wistfully, looking around.
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
Okay, she's so not a minor. Like, is there any value to saying this? The only reason I would say something like this in a game like this is, what if it's worth 5 experience points? I want those experience points.
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
All right, cool. Other questions?
Shoot, Piggy.
And I think that's it. All right, so let's look upstairs. I have not forgotten about apartment 28, but I feel like the later that we wait, the more likely he is to be home. Above, tarps flap in the wind, forgotten hammers and nails rust. All right, and can I open this? The door is locked, you can't get in. The chair's new, someone lives back there. Well, you know what? The cleaning woman said that she had a small room near the coal room. Maybe that's it. Just an open cage, open to the breeze coming in off the surf. Yeah, for better or worse, I don't feel comfortable walking around with a crowbar. It seems very menacing. It's like walking around with your gun out in Red Dead. All right. Hey, lady, can you repeat what you said about Cindy? I wasn't actually I was trying to figure out who Cindy was.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
Oh, there's so many more questions. Do you know who lived in the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
The cleaning lady shrugs, her mouth puckered like a dried fig. Why is there a hole in the wall of the abandoned apartment?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
Hello back to Moo, who says good morning, afternoon, evening to all of you awesome blossoms. Moo, right back at you. I hope you're having a nice Monday so far.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
Is one of the residents on vacation, their mailboxes? Okay, so the new things are the things that I've found by just walking around since talking to her.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
That's everything. All right, so again, the later that I wait to follow up on our lead, the more likely he is to be there. Now, the cleaning lady did ask me to check out this store. Also, Moo says Happy Memorial Day. That seems kind of wrong to say for all those celebrating. Yeah, I mean, yeah, ultimately, I hope that everybody is having a nice day. And also, it's a day of remembrance for you know, people who have served in the armed forces and who've lost their lives here in the United States, and my thoughts go out to them and all of their families. I've seen the situation on Twitter, such as it is, with somebody having said, I hope everybody has a nice weekend. It seems like a perfectly benign comment that is worthy of exactly no commentary beyond that, and anyone who's trying to make it into a thing is, I think, demonstrating how little they have to say on so many topics. But that is directed at nobody here in chat. I'm just saying straight back at Moo. I hope that you also have a great Monday, and we will proceed. Because if we can't take a break from like the weirdness of like internet ugliness in a world that is as ugly as Disco Elysium, when will we find our respite? I probably already saved it, but okay, let's talk with this door.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
This apartment is supposed to be empty. Did you break in here? Excuse me? Of course not. It's so weird. This is like the one thing in the entire game that has no voice acting at all.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. You have plenty of reason to enter.
I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Open the door so I can verify your identity. Are you cooking morphine in there? What a leap of logic. I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Oh, come on. There's a pause before you hear the door being unlocked.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
The lieutenant says, nodding towards the unlocked door. Right. Hello. If you've got morphine, we can cut a deal. Wow, look how fancy she is. Kim, get out of the way. She's dressed very well for somebody... I can't tell if she's dirty or if that's just the art style. Otherwise, she's dressed very well for someone who's allegedly broken in here. Let me look around before I say anything to her, though. Looks like a fine mattress. Don't be ridiculous. You can hear it swarming with bugs. Ugh. A blister pack of medicine peeks out from the box. You should take it! Exclamation point. I agree, I should take it. Can I take it? Moo says, thank you for taking it in the way in which it was intended instead of going all Twitter world on me. Yeah, and, like, for real, like, sometimes you see those interactions, like, okay, I see those interactions, and they're on my mind as we come into, like, hey, it's fun Disco Elysium time. And then somebody, not knowing in any way that it's been on my mind, will make the most routine comment, and I will share some thoughts about it because it is still there. But yeah, in no way directed at, I could probably just say, I hope everyone has a nice Monday, which is what I mostly mean. You're not quick to judge or jump all over people and stir things up just for something to do. Yeah, I also saw, just quick pause here, a very good Twitter thread. I think it was retweeted by Samalander, by somebody, presumably somebody else here on Twitch, who basically gave a very well laid out explanation that not everything has to be discourse. And again, what I'm about to say is not a spoiler. It is simply a fact in the universe of Mass Effect that the Asari live to be like 1,000 years old. And under those circumstances, this was an example that this person was giving, under those circumstances, you might look at an Asari who say 200 years old and say, well, they're basically just a child and it would be inappropriate to pursue any sort of romantic relationship with them. To which that person and I respond, literally shut the fuck up. It's a fictional universe with fictional aliens that apparently reach their primary emotional and intellectual maturity around the age of 20 or 30 years old, much the way that human beings do. So fuck off. Like, it's not a big topic that needs to come up during a shoot all the aliens in the face game like Mass Effect. And I don't remember if we went through and liked all of those posts, but I certainly thought about retweeting it because, again, not everything needs to be a deep dive into the way that humankind is. I'm already getting off on it, so that's it. Moving on. But yes, I'm a sporadic Twitter checker. That's the best way to be, Moo, I think. Yeah. And then... Oh, no! No, Moo is saying sorry. Moo, there's absolutely nothing in the world to be sorry about at all. We're shifting back towards the game. I was just giving another example of, like, it's an interesting topic of when should we look at... Anyway, yeah, we'll move back to it. That's a very good point. Some things can just be commented on and let it be. Not everything needs to be debated. I come in and manage to immediately distract from this game. No, not at all. We've been playing for a while and we're going to return to it. I'm going to see if we can grab these drugs. Ooh, Hypnogamma gives us +3 morale. I've got 2 more points before I even need to think about that.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
She jingles a set of keys in her hand. So, also, I cannot fault her for being wary coming up to the door, because look at this apartment. Look at this entire area. She has no idea who's pounding on the door.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
She fumbles through her purse, fishing out a paper-clad passport. I actually don't care. I mean, like, yeah, maybe if she had been less forthcoming, I'd want to see it, but no, I don't need your ID. Then again, I am a cop. Fuck it. Inspect the passport.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Be friendly.
Okay, thank you for a suggestion. Nice haircut. Yeah, let's be friendly. Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
I don't think that she's gonna ever warm up to us, but, what are you doing here except for probably staging this for somebody else to move in?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Sounds like they know how to have a good time. Reprehensible who lived here. I fuck shit up too. Huh. All three of these things are true, but if I'm gonna be nice, reprehensible who lived here.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
She stops, hesitating.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
She snaps her fingers.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
So why is logic concluding that the sum owed must have been puny? He's gone, the money's gone. Why would logic say that? Okay, anyway. My money has also disappeared, I think. It couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shabby. Well, so I do think that my money has disappeared. Remember, one thing that we know about my character is that he pawned his gun, and I don't know where the money went to that, because it didn't go to the pay to the room, it didn't go to pay for the drinks, because we still owed for those things. It's sort of like an unresolved plot detail, and I don't know if it's a plot hole in the writing, or if there's a, like, it's not in my journal. Find out what happened when, to the money that you got for pawning your gun. So I don't know if that's simply being overlooked, or if at some point that's going to become clear. And that's not a question that I'm looking for experts of the game to answer. But yeah, my money's disappeared.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
It couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shabby.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a $1 million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
So what happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Okay, apparently that's everything.
Of course.
She replies with a smile, but her eyes remain glazed over. She's been waiting for you to leave. I've got one more thing to look at. Ooh, hold on, shoes. +1 to indirect modes of taxation. What the hell does that mean? Wait. What? That's so just so that everybody knows, indirect modes of taxation is not on my character sheet, so I don't know what that means. It must be like a conversation topic that you can strike up at some point. I guess I'll just hold on to those. And you might ask, well, why not put them on right now? At issue is, I do like having the +1 composure, even if I lose the -1 savoir-faire. Oh, Calandria is saying +1 for the libertarian build. Can you believe that this is a game where libertarian build and communist build and whatever else are, capitalist build are actual builds in the game? I'm just gonna quick save it. Okay, I investigated the apartment.
Give me a moment.
I didn't find any counterculture people in apartment 10. It was just a real estate agent setting up the room for new tenants.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Okay, radio computer wizard, no one is coming. Lax women and sexual deviants, that's who will come. Spit on the floor. Well, we know what we're not saying. I'm sure everything will be fine. This apartment building needs slow change, imperceptibly slow. Well, I am a member of, like, the Kingdom of Conscience now, which I don't think is exactly what I'm thinking. Shit. Do I go all tech bro? Do I go all nihilist? I don't like any of these responses, so I might as well lean into the build that I'm already going with. Don't worry, everything will improve over a series of generations that are measurable only by ent.
Yes. Well, I hope they're good people.
She doesn't know what to say, so she just coughs and repeats.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Good. Okay, I'm off. Calandria is saying that you can opt in or out of it, presumably like the political builds. Yeah, so for anybody that's joining us for the first time, I have a political thought. Let's see, I think it's right here. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs, etc. So it gives me like a heightened cap for both volition and logic, and moralist dialogue options heal for +1 morale, which I didn't remember until I did that, and now I've done that and got a point of morale back. I could have taken or left that. Have I gone out the down staircase yet? I don't feel like I have. I don't know if this is a basement or a different exit from the building. Oh, you know what? This is another thing that I can open up probably with my pry bar. Or Kim's pry bar, really. Now that I know how this works. Oh, hold on. Nuts. So it's -1 half-light, which I need to make up higher, but it's +1 in suggestion, and I love suggestion. So if I take off this... Oh, but I also like esprit de corps. Just out of curiosity, how does this look? Hold on a second. Oh, I'm even missing a button. Either that or it's just not buttoned up very well. I don't think that I can wear this yet. Also, I don't want to have the -1 half-light. Yeah, I like having this. I like having the esprit de corps. Among other things, it gives me insight into Kim, specifically. Alright, we can put that away. Also, Calandria is saying, I don't remember if I read this out, but they did not have that interaction with the real estate agent. I think it was. Yeah, outside of the one dialogue choice that I hit by accident because I double tapped, that's the only load that we've done. Otherwise, I have accepted the consequences of every... Oh, wait.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism, in other words.
Oh yeah, I see the antlers now. Okay. Inspect it.
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
I am wondering why it's upside down.
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
I don't know why that scrolled up. What's the deal with the antlers?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time, above it.
And why white? Which I guess is just the smear in the background. He did say it was like the white star or whatever.
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Okay, so I imagine that if I had adopted the communist thought, that would have healed some morale, would be my guess. Okay, I can't go in there. I want to get back upstairs. Yes, the balcony. So we want to go to apartment 28. I wouldn't be surprised if the dude wasn't there. Now, fortunately, I do have a ledger that I can look through to pass some time.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
He looks around, taking in the cold spring air.
We should return tonight after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
I don't know why I would say, what are you talking about? I think that sounds just fine.
Tonight at 9 p.m., right here, apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
All right. So, I could spend some time, but before I do that, we're going to take a look to see what else we can do. Including, now that I know that I can pry bar stuff. Nope. All right, what about chain cutters? Is that good? No. Whatever I need to get in here is not available. Now, I can't hop this little fence. Calandria said, I thought you opted for communism. No, if we go in here to my thought things, I am Kingdom of Conscience so far. I do have Mazovian socioeconomics, but it's not slotted anyplace. Among other things, I didn't like the -2 visual calculus during the time that it was processing. I wouldn't mind doing that, but all my mind slots are full. Also, I don't know if you can have mutually exclusive economic opinions at the same time. Can you be communist and capitalist and libertarian, or does this game treat capitalist and libertarian as the same thing? All right, let's take a look at our journal. So, I might have to go back and break Tommy's spirit, because... Did I lose points in Sorry Cop, or I've just gained some in Boring Cop? Also, apparently I picked up some fascist points at some place along the way. I will say this, Calandria, I'm much more communist in my officer profile than I am moralist, so surprise. I guess that's how that's been happening. Better dead than red, says Ruination Ronin. Right, I don't have my badge, and I haven't solved the case. I can't find the armored gloves or the armored pierces. I can't get the hangman's boots. Prove your authority. Talk to Titus and establish authority in the Hardy Boy's eyes. I think I need to have a higher authority skill than that. Getting the body down. This I have to wait until tomorrow, in a day, for info on the armor. The victim's tattoos. So there haven't been a lot of people to show the photograph to, unless I'm supposed to have that in my hand. And also sell that, Yeah, I don't think that I put this... use the interactive to... Yeah, let me just look at it real quick.
Web of blue. The pattern still kind of had.
Yeah, okay. So that's a photograph of the victim's tattoos, and it hasn't really come up in conversation yet. I think it treats libertarians as capitalists and anti-taxes, but the whole political environment in this game is very complex. It's not everything is as it seems, really. Which is one of the reasons that I've been hesitant to, like, hard commit to anything without really understanding what we're talking about. Okay, so this is probably... Again, we're going to check to see if I can... Tools? Yeah, let's get the crowbar out. Nope. Let's get the chain cutters out. No. And I can't imagine that a flashlight is going to help, so... I cannot go there. I can't get the parka. That is the exit from inside the secret passage. Can I look at this, water tower? Nope, not from here. Okay, so I could talk to What's-Her-Face about reality for a while. That probably makes more sense than combing through my ledger, although I might do that as well. Let's see if there's anything else. Morel, the cryptozoologist, he's in the west, and I can't get to him until the water lock is cleared. I haven't found either smokes or speed. Find the smoker on the balcony. We're waiting until 2100. Find money to for rent. I can go pay him his rent, but I can also do that later. Close the water lock, explore the secret passages. You know something? Maybe I should try the crowbar on the secret passage at the Whirling in Rags. Which I'm going the wrong way if I want to do that. While we're running down, because I think that we might have a few moments here, one thing that I had intended to bring up during yesterday's stream of Uncharted 3 was unrelated to Uncharted 3. It was... You know something? I'm going to have a chat with this woman, because I didn't bother her before. I'm going to bother her now. So here's what I didn't say last time. Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
So I can now announce, for no particular reason, I am a policeman. I guess I'll just say, good?
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Kim points it to his sleeve. Do you need the help of a policeman? Random bystander?
What with?
She tries hard to focus on the bookstand.
This citizen thinks she can do without your assistance. Don't buy it. They all need help.
I can watch her browse books, which doesn't seem very, like a very cool thing to do. Also, why would I assume that she's married? Or that if she is married, she has a husband? Like this question seems to impose a lot of things. Also, if her spouse was missing, I don't think that she'd be just browsing books at a random bookshop. So I'll watch her browse books for a second.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Ooh, hold on. Maybe she has a smoke.
Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind.
Okay, I am absolutely not embracing this random person who, if I might remind everybody, specifically asked to be left alone. That's all for the moment.
The woman before you.
Nope. No way. Okay, let's go. That goes against my morality. Now let's go ahead and pry open a locked door that is in a building that I don't own with a pry bar that I don't own either. And hello to Jägermeister.
You see a heavy steel door.
Oh, that's right. I'm not sure that I have any options to pry it. Let's just try the crowbar.
You see
nope.
a heavy steel...
Okay, so I do have a very specific question for chat. I I feel like I know the answer to this, but there is a roof to this building, and we can see somebody up there and smoking on it. And my question is very simple, just a yes/no. I don't want further clarification. My question is only, have I missed something about getting up there? Did I have somehow overlooked that there's a door, like an obvious door that I should just be able to walk up there? If it's a puzzle or access that I don't have, then like that I don't want to know about. But I want to make sure that I'm not missing the opportunity to... Oh wait, I'm gonna open the door first. Interact with her. Now, we already looked in the mirror. I'll tell you what. I'm going to put this out here. We'll have both tools out. Nope. Nothing there. Sarah's saying you've overlooked a lot of things in this game, but nothing about the balcony. Okay, so that's good. Wait, there's a bottle there. I really can't pick up that bottle? No. Okay. Nothing there. All right. Because it feels like she's so... we might as well go take a quick look. The woman that's up on the roof is so... Alright, I don't think I can talk to this guy. She's the first person that you speak to in the entire game, as far as I can remember. And she's right there. The game is like putting a big spotlight on that's where she is. And I don't know why I can't get to her. I think that if we come up and over here... Yeah, see her up there? And you can see as you go over here, there's what appears to be a couple passageways up there. But I haven't figured out how to navigate it yet. I cannot Assassin's Creed my way up this fishing line or whatever. Yep, and that's as far over as it goes. Alright. So, I'm feeling like I need to go shatter Tommy's spirits. Yeah, right there. Could also internalize some racism. I don't really want to do that. I'll tell you what, maybe let's go learn some more about reality. I would love to at least have one opportunity to make another roll on that, whatever it's called. The half-light roll. And even as I say that, I'm not sure that I'm going to put another point into that. I certainly wouldn't do it willingly. Oh, and this is the same building. Okay, well now I know that. All right, let's get another dose of reality from Madam Joyce.
Good.
Oh.
What can I help you with?
So actually, I can report to her. I don't want to report to her yet. I really want to come to her with results. So I've got some more questions. Maybe I should go get a smoke. I just realized I have $35. So I can not only afford tonight's rent, but I can almost afford tomorrow's. Tell me more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
I frankly feel kind of glad that I missed it. What is the revolution that I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Oh, right at the very beginning of the game, my mind said that it was a bunch of apes duking it out on like a very small marble or something like that. And the two questions were like, how small is the marble and how large are the apes? Also, Glenn, saying you'll get there, don't worry about it. Jägermeister's saying, I had the opportunity to perform a Groomfy raid yesterday. Yeah, I had the opportunity and realized a beat too late that the opportunity was there, and I felt really bad about it. Only because I haven't had very many opportunities to raid the Groomfy, and it would have been fun to do, and I kind of messed up on the button click. As Moose says, like death, you'll get there eventually, so don't worry about it. I saw Jägermeister. I almost dropped back in to say hi, but I knew it would end up being more than a few minutes, and I needed to sleep. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I ended late last night as well, Moo. It's always very jarring to me when I hear Angel say, I think I need a smoke. Yeah, this is not a very kid-friendly game. For the record, I don't smoke at all in real life. It's just a character-building thing. Anyway, would you say that we're all a bunch of apes duking it out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And the apes, were they evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
And I was approaching this like we're all apes. She appears to be referencing a different group of people. This is weird. Okay, neutral, sure. What if they're good apes? I feel like I lost track of... I feel like I thought I was boarding her same train, and now I realize that we are on very different tracks. Good apes, actually. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
She turns north to the bombed-out buildings lining the waterfront, then shivers slightly. All right, who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
So I can say truly a kerfuffle, or that's a tragedy. It sounds like they should have shot more people in the head then. Man, dude, I don't know. I don't know enough about the history of this world to have an opinion on something like this. I was actually born yesterday, so it's a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
The lieutenant mumbles from behind his notes.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too, in my head.
Yes, an acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Oh, thank you, Joyce. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Okay, that guy sounds like a huge asshole. Yeah, cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Okay, and to continue this conversation in a natural way, who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
She looks up to the sky, then inland at the crumbling city. Oh, and by liberals you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did they win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
Jägermeister saying, I also figured out the trailer store is now a fuel and service station as long as you have the initial money to cover the trailer purchase, then sell it back. Very cheaty, though. So I assume that's a reference to SnowRunner, which, based on the streams of Moo, Groomfee, Jägermeister, and Caroluna, I have now downloaded and started playing a little bit. I doubt very much that we'll stream it just because they have it so well covered, but they've really been great sort of evangelists for that game. It looks like a lot of fun. I would tend to avoid the cheaty aspects to it, because that's never fun to me when you find an exploit, that sort of ruins the game balance.
She's one of them, of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The Coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the Liberals already took everything.
The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The Coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
She stomps her rubber-booted foot. Who are the Coalition?
The Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Yeah, and actually speaking as well, since that's the thought that I have in my head.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Oh, I really like having a slogan that terms hope in the past tense. Yeah, I mean, number 2 is like role-playing into where my character is right now. If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything... Sorry, if always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am, and also not. Well, again, I literally am right now, so I do feel like number 2 is the truest to the character.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
Everybody, I got a new achievement in I want to make sure that I phrase this correctly, and I don't know if this... Oh, boo. Where is it? The world's most laughable centrist. Defend the political center 7 times. That's the achievement that I just got. Oh, this game knows me so well. That's exactly where I am. For people who've watched the stream, this is not a good representation of where I am. The difference is, and this tends to come up, having here's just sort of like something to consider in life. Having a strong and driven and strident position on something that you actually don't know very much about is not necessarily a good virtue. I think it's okay to stop and say, I need to know some more about this. There are certain topics on which I am absolutely 100% certain and will bring those topics up and talk about them in detail, and sometimes to the point that it might drag our gaming stream off topic a little bit. So I try to keep those far and few between when I feel like there's an important point to be made and it's just not me shouting. But in this world, I don't know anything about the history of the communists and the libertarians and the moralists and the rest. So, like, taking an even middle-of-the-road approach is not a reluctance to commit to a point of view. It's trying to figure out which points of view these different groups and their history represent. I don't think that's a bad thing. So maybe I am a moralist in this world. Okay, so when was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
So adding to the list of things that I know very little about, prions, or as I've usually heard them pronounced here in the United States, prions, are really awful. They're like, as I understand it, a kind of folded protein that can be like they get in and start overwriting proteins in your body and are extremely resistant to, like, they're unaffected by antibiotics, they're unaffected by antiviral medications, and I believe they're even extremely resistant to things like heat. Like you can like mad cow disease is an example of a prion disease, and if it's in the meat, it does not matter to what extent it's cooked. It's still there. This is my very limited, very uneducated understanding of prion diseases. Please read things that are smarter and more well-informed than I am. But yeah, this would be an extremely dangerous threat because at least here in our world, we don't have any really good defenses against prion diseases. What did the Zanrath do? Zarath?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
Okay, what came next after the end?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Yeah, I'm not gonna... I feel like my character, especially with her, has been one who speaks his mind. So our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
Okay, and what is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Muad likes like some of her dialogue, like interregnum is another one. Like this is just how the world, how the people in this world talk all the time.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
So it's been like this for 43 years.
Time flies.
What have we been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are.
She curtsies, which I feel like... Okay, it must just be like the dip in the hand motion, because she's not wearing a skirt
Welcome
dress.
to reality, baby.
Hey, I just got a new skill point. Wow, this was worth the time I put into it.
The 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
You know what? I'm going to ask her about this. You don't seem to be thrilled.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just...
She looks at the crumbling tenements, paint flecking from the stone.
We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
Okay. I ask you, who are you in all of this? Okay, so first of all, I don't think the Zarath drove the people mad. I feel like people realized that the powers that be didn't have their best interests at heart and decided to step up and do something about it. So I don't think that that's it. I would have killed more, 400 million if that's what it took. I would have made off with the mineral rights. I don't know what I would have done differently. Yeah, see, I don't like most of these. And again, I'm dealing with an incomplete information set despite everything that we've learned. I asked you, who are you in all of this?
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
So, at heart is going to war to stop evil fascists from victimizing people of a particular background, heritage, belief structure, sexual orientation, or any other sort of measurement of how they were born as opposed to the decisions that they've made in their life. That is a war worth having. And if a lot of people die as a result in defense of the defenseless, then I feel like that's worth doing. I still don't have that kind of picture. It looks like there was a big, like they said, a revolution of people fighting against one another. And I'm not going to say that I want to kill 400 million if that's what it took. And I don't want to say that I would have made off with the mineral rights because that's heartless. So I really don't know. I mean, it's number 5. This is directly playing into what Chad is saying, that I don't take sides, but I don't take sides on things that I am ill-informed about.
And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city. I don't like my character, here's the thing about my character. My character is already prepared to die. I think that he would probably be happier to die for something instead of for nothing, which is the way that his life is going. So, happily. Good. Not that it would have mattered. In the end, the commune forced everyone to the barricades.
All right, that's enough about the times.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
No. I want to know what you are. And then what is this? Spreading my hands, indicating the physical reality in which we live. I want to know what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Do I just say nothing now? Do I let her think about it? She appears to be thinking about it. Let's just say nothing.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Sorry, one of the options is, Dios mio, draw a cross. A liberal. I did learn about what an ultra is. She's one of the ultra liberals that made off with the mineral rights and sided with the coalition to get rich off of the whole thing. At least that's what I think that we learned. Cool, I liberate myself. Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself. So, at first I thought that was a masturbation joke, but no, actually it's kind of accurate to what my character gets up to. I don't understand what's so vile about that. So, I'm going to say, cool, I liberate pretty hard myself.
No, not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
Frightening, no. Gutless, yes. I mean, if you feel that bad about the decisions that you've made, you could always, like, not live on a fucking yacht.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
Okay, so the power of suggestion does recommend forgiving her. Oh, and electrochemistry, but only because you're charming. I don't know, I'm not sure that I find her that charming. She's good at her job. She's a very good negotiator. I'm going to say this. I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
Holy shit, can I bed this woman? Like, can we have relations right now? So I can shake my head slowly in, like, this does not seem... Boy, none of these are good. I'm going to comment on her perfume. The shake your head slowly seems like it's in disapproval or judgment. Screw it.
Steal, kill, and destroy. That they say we've been doing for over 4 decades now. Perhaps regrettably. I've had my fill for this century.
Oh, womp womp. I Mia'd it up. The lieutenant hums, reading his notes.
In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial despite my scaly bulk. And my perverse need to infiltrate and betray both kingdom and revolution. Honestly. I may have even preferred it, had the communards won. Who knows? They might really have built something better. But they didn't. Because they lost.
Okay, apologize for the quick break. I will be right back. There's a quick call coming in. It shouldn't be a minute. Hold on just a moment. All right, sorry about the delay. Yeah, we set my nephew up to watch Invincible, which is like a show on Amazon, and I guess he started crying after the first episode was over. So, just I've seen it. Just set him up with the second one if he just wants to see more. Also, I wanted to like Joyce here really just plows straight ahead after having the most disheveled and gross man in the world sexually proposition her, and she just keeps right on going like he was commenting on the snow flurry that's coming down.
When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
All right, maybe we can finally get an answer to, would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
So I guess that's the, like, kill 400 million people if it's necessary. And if I'd thought about it in that way, less about the ideological strife and more about the defending the sovereignty of the land, that is something that I would have more naturally gotten behind. Because here's the thing, and this goes for people, it goes for nations, it goes for movements. These things have a right to exist as soon as they do exist. Like, I mean, just to, like, I'm not sure that I need to draw it out very much more than that. You don't have to defend your right to exist. You may have to explain the way that you treat other people. Like, your belief structure doesn't give you free license to hurt others. But if you're gay, you have a right to be gay. And I don't think that it's on anybody else to tell you that you're not allowed to have consensual relationships with other people of the same gender if that's what the two of you like to do. That's fine. Who the hell cares? And people shouldn't have to be made to defend the fact of their existence or the truth of their existence to other people who might not immediately understand it. The same thing goes for the sovereignty of a nation. Like, Martinez? Wait, no, Martinez is the district, Revachol is the city, and in the Stella Maris? I guess that's it. Like, this used to be a sovereign country. I don't think that its independence should have been lost and folded over to foreign interests that appear to just be plundering it for its position and value as a trading port and the mineral rights, as we've heard so much about. That seems like a very dark outcome. Is it worse than everybody getting butchered? That, again, that's where I start to fall, like, I'm not sure. But if the people that lived here and felt that they were citizens here were willing to rise up and defend it, then that's probably the side that I would have gone to, if that makes some sense. Insolent is the country, says Sarzand. Yeah, just for everybody's note, proper names are always going to give me a little bit of a difficulty. Like, 5 minutes from now, I'm not going to remember that this woman was named Joyce, but I am going to remember the woman on the boat.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes, an oil fire on the ocean.
You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
The lieutenant puts down his notes and gives her a look. I gotta say, I like her the more that we've spoken with her. You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
So am I. Is that a follow-up? Wait, that's not a follow-up to Logic, because Logic says you're no dummy yourself, and I say so am I. It's also not a Oh, it's a follow-up to what I said. You're a smart woman, so am I. Which also doesn't really follow up because... And it should be, and I'm a smart guy or something. No, or intellectual vanity will be my undoing. I like that one a lot better.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
Okay, and you have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
I think that we've had enough reality for now, so let's sort of bank that.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't think I want to tell her that I can't even find out which of the trucks that are parked out there has the drugs in it. So we're going to say that's all for now. Oh, hold on.
Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I sure try.
Oh, yeah. Like a horse. A workhorse. For hard work.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
I fucking ride till I die, bitch.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer.
I like savoir-faire a lot more than Internal Empire. That constantly makes me feel bad about myself. And here's savoir-faire giving me a pep talk like it's, oh, crud, Jillian Michaels or something. No, mostly she screams at people and tells them that they're bad. Anyway, I could say I took some money from that Manana guy, too. I don't think that I did. Oh, and then there's that pawning stuff off to the Suspicious Roy guy, and I've got some gills. Well, I have at least done some pawning.
Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake 'em for shit and then pawn it off. Law officer style.
Did I get money from Manana? I don't remember this.
You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider.
I guess I've made some gills, for sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
Oh no. Because if I say no, I'm not, crap. I've only got $35 to my name, or real or whatever. If I say no, I'm not, then it's going to feel like all of this effort has been wasted. And I feel like that's going to be very disappointing. $35 is not terrible. Hello to Blobbity Blah. So I'm going to say yes, I am quite rich.
Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Whoa. Okay, so I can say the system is broken. This is the game. There's a market for corrupt cops out there, but the immigrant cops have price dumped it. Fucking taxes, man. I don't know why am I so poor. I'm going to go with the system is broken.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
I've paid $0 in taxes during the game. Also, wait, but the system is broken. Like, within this world, my character makes, as I recall, 5,000 reales a year. I think it was a year. It was specified. No wonder I don't have any money. Like, it's not because of the guard guy. Here's why I don't like these other answers. A, guard is riding me because of the actual property damage that my character did, and multiple people saw him doing that. He owed for his room, he owed for his board, he owed for all the damage, he owed for all the alcohol that he had bought. Like, I'm not mad at him about that. Like I can't rail against the system and then rack up a lot of debts that I don't pay myself. There's a market for corrupt cops, and immigrant cops are price dumped it. No. We're not being racist about it. If I was gonna go be racist in this game, I'd go suck up to Measurehead and impress him with how racist I can be. So I'm sure shit not gonna say it to Savoir Faire. And then fucking taxes, man. I don't make any money. What difference do high taxes make if you have no money because the system is weighted against you so that you don't, you're just constantly in debt? So I don't know, why am I so poor? The system is broken. That is the answer from what we've discerned so far.
Because of the taxes, G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol?
Yeah, thank you, Rhetoric. I was about to say that. I thought there were no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gotham estate's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
Oh my god. This fucking, grievance politics that there's any cost at all to anyone for the fact that you live in a society. Get out of here. I take it all back. I'm not a fan of Savoir Faire. Give me the self-depression and loathing of Inland Empire, please. No. Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number. Yeah, number 2 sounds right. This isn't helping me solve my money problem. It's only making me into a free market type. Well, I'm going to go with are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
No. This isn't helping me solve my money problems. It's only making me into a free market type. Opt out.
What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street.
No. Oh, I didn't know that you could... Okay. No, if not being an ultra-liberal makes me a racist, nothing that I said here could even be reasonably misconstrued as that. Go away. Okay, now, I have a point, and I can spend it, and we're already a third of the way up to the next level. I'll tell you what I really want to do would be to spend that point into drama or logic or authority. Probably logic. Logic helps me. Logic and suggestion help me out all the time. Now, what I feel like I need to do is put a point into Half-Light, but even if I do that, my goal there is to get what's-his-face, the racist lorry driver, to... what's the phrase that I'm thinking of? Basically roll over and tell me what he knows. And why am I doing that? To spare... Not Henry. What's his name? William? Stark? I can't remember his name right now. Blah, blah, blah. I hope you're having a great Monday. Okay, please. There we go. There's a little bit of a judder that I've seen that happens on stream when I'm running around. That is also, to at least a slight extent, visible here on this screen. Hopefully it's not too distracting. We took some steps to try to fix it and didn't come up with a good solution for it yet. This guy, what's this guy's name?
Stuck in the rain
Tommy.
and a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
So here's the thing. If I put a point into half-light, let the body take control, threaten people, it's going to marginally increase the percentage chance that I have to succeed at it. And at the end of that work, it will have... if I roll and fail, then I will have spent the point on absolutely nothing. So... for all my procrastination, I don't think that I can do that. I think that we're going to have to extract it out of Tommy. I don't feel good about it because, I don't know, empathy or whatever said that I'm going to really shatter his spirit. But, bro, like, I'm sorry that you feel bad about that. I just, like, I need the information in order to continue with the murder case. You're going to have to get over it. Now, the other thing that I could do is unlock another thing, but the only other 2 points that I have is the communist thought or regular law official. That'll take 2 points off of Inland Empire for a while, and cost me about an hour and a half to get. But here's the thing. So I do not know what that's going to unlock, but let's look at what else I've unlocked. All endurance skill checks are white locked. You know, I get a little bit of a bonus here. It raises my learning cap, and I'm not at the learning cap for hardly anything, right? So I don't know that unlocking more thoughts is what I need to be doing right now. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put it into here, and it's not going to be Half-Light. Sorry, Half-Light. Sorry, Tommy. But I have to do what's best for me. So I think the next thing that I might want to put a point into is Volition. Volition has helped me out a few times. I would like it to... I don't know. I passed a lot of encyclopedia checks, and I also really like Rhetoric. Rhetoric and Suggestion. Wait, before I do that, I should also check to see... Wait. Stop. I think I need to get to the map, and I don't know that I can do it from here. So, I should take a look to see what other points I might want to retry. I'm never, ever, ever going to empathize with Kuno. It's not going to happen. Conceptualization. Well, I would like a nice set of sunglasses. Yeah, otherwise, this is just a bunch of stuff. Challenging Rhetoric. I did want to point in Rhetoric. Also, I didn't try the chain clippers on the padlock door. I guess because there was no real reason for me to do that. Oh no, blah blah blah. I'm so sorry I didn't see that earlier. You had a bad weekend, so I'm glad it's already Monday. Well, blah blah blah. I hope that the week improves over the weekend then. That's a bad position to be in. Kind of want to have conceptualization. Yeah, you know what? Conceptualization is low. It's the lowest of the set. Understand creativity, see art in the world. It's not really the most important thing about the way that I go about life. But it'll unlock the ability to try to find a cool set of sunglasses. So let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna go find a set of sunglasses. For better or worse, I'm a little bit playing the long game, which is trying to stock up enough points in things that match my play style so that hopefully the further in that I go, the fewer skill checks I will fail. Alright, let's give this a shot. I'm gonna save it, but I don't intend to reload if I fail this again.
Shine on these sunglasses.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth.
Yeah,
Go
okay.
over and ask him.
So, I've only got... Go over and ask him. Hold on, is there a different conversation I should have before I roll on considerableness?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Yeah, okay. So I'll leave you to it for now. All right, 42%. Slightly less than average.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid. No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sports.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun. You don't like it? Sure, Square.
All right.
No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Yeah, so I don't want to spend $6 on the sports visor, but that's okay. We didn't pass this. Hopefully that. What on earth did I just put a point into? Conceptualization will help out in other ways as we go. So that's where that is. As far as I know, the only option I have to continue the investigation here is to extract it out of Tommy. I don't feel good about it, but it's the way that we're going to have to go.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
I've changed my mind about your friend, the lady driver.
What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here.
I don't have any options, man. So I'm gonna try to like make him feel better about it. Oh, hello to Azaric. Azaric, I hope that you've had a great Monday so far. So you're all right with others ratting her out. You just don't want to get your hands dirty.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too.
Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation too. It's important. I can't blow it.
You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
All right, we got to do it. We got to force him.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Something breaks in him as he stares into your eyes.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends. Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation. This is important. Relax. Ask.
Where is the lady driver?
Here.
He takes a key ring from his pocket, then looks at it before giving it to you, in silence.
Her lorry's still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
He blinks, his eyes half empty now. I am very curious why he had the keys.
She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
He doesn't finish the sentence.
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
Kim nods.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I am going to ask if he knows where she is now. This feels like I'm really just rubbing iodine in this wound.
No. I don't know.
I am sorry that I had to do this, Tommy.
I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his revenge on the world.
All right, let's go, Kim.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir. I know it was hard, but you did the right thing.
Azric is saying the day is going well, easy going for sure. And Moo is saying not enough sleep, so ready for a nap.
You don't really think so?
I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be in the RCM. Take care, sir.
So, we've abused the trust of a nice man in order to try to get slightly further ahead. So, I am now looking for the cab of a green lorry. This one looks green to me. Oh, some bottles in here. There's nothing in this, okay, let me just take it. So it was said to be past the statue, so I think I probably came down in the wrong direction. Also, wait, is there something else I can buy in here?
You keep coming back. That's good.
If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay with net worth. Go over and ask him if you can.
So, dynamic windbreaker, and this is 450. I could afford this. +1 composure, -1 shivers. I don't think I want that, though. I really want a cigarette. It makes me wonder if maybe I should have gone to go buy a smoke before I talked to Tommy. Because I know that the smoking will give me some sort of like a stat boost, but I can't actually remember which one. Oh, there it is. Also, and before I go... Oh, okay, at some point I unlocked this. So, oh, heard the crater story. That's what's unlocked this. Okay. Encyclopedia, what did this king do? 92% chance of success.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Okay, so, like I said, this seems like kind of important, relevant information to some of the stuff that we've been talking about here. The revolution also came in part because, because this king basically bankrupted his entire nation, and I want to find out more about this, but this this does not make me predisposed towards maintaining the current power structure if the people in charge are being so irresponsible and so damaging to the nation that they're supposed to protect and the people they're supposed to serve or rule, or whatever you want to say this monarch was doing.
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
So the narrator skipped one line. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene.
The man certainly knew how to live.
Oh, horrific necktie. I would like to sleep on gold, hustler style. No, thank you. The king is the king and he can do anything. No. No, well, okay, he might be able to do anything, but that's when you have to have some self-restraint and consideration for others. Wait, really, there's no way that's true, or deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit. That's what I was thinking.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays, and purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
I feel pretty comfortable with this, but just so my character knows what is nose candy, it's just...
Cocaine.
Yeah, got it, Encyclopedia. I don't know why my character needed to have that clarified based on all of the context here. So he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie. Okay, so that's a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
So he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Okay, and where is he buried now? Apparently in the bay.
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
And who restored it?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Okay, so that explains why it's like up above its base and the base appears to be shattered and like there's like the pieces are disconnected. I was wondering about that. Also, Azric is saying that he's getting out his candy cigarettes, and like Moo, I used to really like those. They were yummy. Oh man, Big League Chew. Oh, you're really gonna give me a craving for something that I no longer have access to. I used to love Big League Chew. I never once in my whole life bought Big League Chew, but my friends used to have it around, and I would sort of bum off them. What a weird idea. For anybody that doesn't know, Big League Chew was basically shredded bubble gum, and the idea was to allow kids the sort of the impersonation of having access to chewing tobacco. But it was fine because it was just bubble gum. But also it was to sort of like make it like, oh, now kids, you can have chewing tobacco too. I really liked it. I really liked Big League Chew, but I can imagine why it's no longer on the market. So here's the thing. I actually think the statue is interesting. Also, if the idea was to capture the moment in time when the statue of the most wasteful ruler in history was blown apart, that I'm not sure that it's nihilistic at all. It seems like a celebration of that moment. Like, this is not the same thing as a statue of a Confederate soldier that's making it out like this was a great guy. This is celebrating the destruction of that soldier. So I do not know why my character would believe that it's nihilistic. I'm going to say this.
People in Martinaise tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists.
Oh, as we were saying that some smaller stores carry it. Maybe it's that all the smaller stores that were around when I was coming up are no longer around. We've got the big chains now.
Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Okay, well, we've got 5 experience points and learned a lot about why this statue is so weird. Okay, I can probably put those away. +1 physique, yeah, it's not going to help out very much. So we've got suggestion and half-light, +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Yep. Yep. Okay. So, actually, real quick, no, you know what? I'm gonna pass. No, sorry, I'm going back and forth. The specific thing that I want to know is, if I'd gotten the cigarettes, what change, if any, would that have made? Because I can actually afford the cigarettes now. Oh, Azric actually has a link for, oh, for candy cigarettes. Okay. What if they also have Big League Chew?
A colorful display of cigarettes.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Oh. Well, hold on. That's very cool. It's +1 intellect all together. Now, that would not have helped me with, whatever it's called. It would not have helped me with Half-Light, but it would give me +1 to all of these things, which seems pretty huge. And all for 1 health point, huh? How much are those? Whoops.
Is this about the questions again?
No.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
I really want these, but I'm also thinking about, like, how am I going to save up for cash? How am I going to save up for rent tomorrow is part of it.
The tear machine stands in the... Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears.
Okay, you know what? I just got an extra $1. Give me the smokes.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both... Here you go, mister.
All right. So, if I cannot afford rent tomorrow, now we'll know why. Now, oh, so you can use it 4 times. What I don't know is how long does it last when you take the smoke? Is it like an hour? Is it the whole day? That'll be something that we might have to experiment with a little bit, because I would want to make sure not to waste it. Azric, oh, they have candy through the ages as well. It's a legit site that I mentioned, as I mentioned and purchased from before. I ordered a decade candy box, which had all types of stuff in it. Oh, that sounds like fun. Okay, let's go check out the lorry with the green cab. I don't feel good about how things ended with Tommy. I was thinking about this between streams. I would really like to know what percentage of people were able to afford rent at the Whirling in Rags without selling the hubcaps. Like, because I was nowhere near, not by a million miles, paying off that debt. So I'm just curious how many people were able to do it on their first try through the game. I bet that there's a way to do it, and I further bet that you have to understand a lot about the game. Unless I just straight up missed the $130 chest that was there. Just, oh, here, have all the cash that you need.
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
All right. Let's, size it up first. Peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers.
I'm going to try the handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Okay, let's unlock it.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just... The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Okay, first of all, I want to check out the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anybody need... Well, I can imagine that you'd need a lot if you drove, like, long distances and had to pass from one... from one radio station availability to another, but we are on an island.
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV.
He flicks a switch on the radio.
Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation, with quite a range too.
Is there anything else we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
Okay, so mental note that we are looking for a dial key if we want to use this radio. What else is here?
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat.
Let me check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The sandpaper would also rub off the pattern of the driver's right boot sole. Wow. See, this is why I like having, like, logic and stuff, even though that was easy. I'm glad to have that information.
Yes?
Kim likes where this is going.
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
one of the footprints at the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
The lieutenant's eyes light up from behind his prescription lenses. So that's the 8th Hardy. And she's the one running the drug trade. What a handful. First drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go? No, I'm not going to say women always up to something. I don't know that she's running the drug trade. She's running the drugs. That's not the same thing as being in charge. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
That would fit what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make assumptions. Because remember that Joyce has a vested interest in undermining the credibility of the Union and the people that work on behalf of the Union, like the Hardy Boys. Yeah, I don't want to make assumptions.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
He writes something down in his little notebook.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls.
I want to look into that.
The radio transmitter sits on the center console, and a faint smell of perfume is in the air.
I want to look in the toolbox, because I could really go for a higher level pry bar. But let's look at the posters first.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
Let's see if we can identify that.
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably Grenade number 5.
Okay, so if we smell that again someplace, it might be unique in the environment. Let's study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly.
Do we think it's the Pale Driver? I wonder.
This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
What happened to her?
She wasted away in a drug den called Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too.
All right, enough of the posters.
The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Boy, I never even decorated my room when I was growing up with posters like this. I guess I spend a lot of time in these lorry cabs, but it's an odd thought to me to have a whole bunch of posters of actors and actresses up in your vehicle that you're looking at from time to time. I don't judge it. It's just I've never seen or thought of that before. All right, toolbox time.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Let's check that out.
It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
His thought trails off. Okay, so we've got an unknown frequency system that we're learning about. If I was to guess, that might be how they are communicating information about the drug trading. But I guess we'll have to see if anybody else brings this up. Also, hello to Force, who says rainy Memorial Day today. Yes, here as well.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. It closed the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Yeah, so we're going to talk to him, but one thing to bear in mind is that he doesn't want to give Joyce the information that we've discovered until after she gives us the information that we want, and I think that's what he's going to say.
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something a police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
Yeah, and he didn't want to do this. He was like, oh, you should have been able to talk your way through it. I am very happy with the fact that we have this additional case. Also, oh my goodness, Azric has just gifted a sub to Centrifugal Force. Azric, thank you so much. Also, Centrifugal Force was just noting that work for the summer starts tomorrow. Hopefully the schedule is one that is good and manageable, and you are... you enjoy it, because I know that you had worked very hard to get into to a program that you were hoping for, and that you got your first choice, as I understand it. Yeah, Azric, thank you so much. What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all this? So it turns out this is connected to the Union. Will RCM... I don't care what they're going to do. What about the movie posters? How do they factor in?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
I was thinking this. It does seem like the lady driver had a lot of, actress posters up, and I feel like that might give us some insight into her orientation there.
Yes, well...
He doesn't say any more.
Unimportant.
Well, not necessarily. If we talk to her, it could contend... The more you know about a potential murder or drug suspect, then the more information you have to work with. It doesn't seem immediately relevant to the details of the case, but if... I'm just saying that the more information we have, the better. So it turns out this is connected to the Union.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Alright, I think that's our debrief.
Debrief over. After you.
Okay, so I did pick up an additional task, which is to confront the Hardy Boys about the drug trade. And before I go back to Joyce, it does feel like we'd want to, again, have as much information as available. All right, I'm going to put away this bag because nothing says intimidate and establish authority over the Hardy Boys quite like having a thin plastic bag in your hand piled with empty recyclables. Forrest is saying that she's partway through the Isabella Gardner Museum robbery, the largest art heist in history. It's a documentary on Netflix. I thought I knew a lot about that, but there's so much. Very good, would recommend. Well, thank you for the recommendation. I'm always looking for cool stuff that we can watch. All right. I just saved it, so yeah, let's talk to this dude again.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. He's going to seem even less happy once we connect to this. Yeah, I'm nowhere near setting up authority. Weak when you first met. What was I weak about? Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
Forrest is saying, wait, the Hardy Boys got into drugs? How the mighty have fallen. Yeah, I think that's why we have a Nancy Drew series on the CW, but not Hardy Boys. They took their mystery investigations in a different direction.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
You do the honor. You deserve it. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
So here's the trouble. I have not been able to score any drugs out there, so I'm not sure that I can say that I know for a fact. He might say, oh yeah, where? And then I would have something to say. This is disgusting. You're admitting to poisoning off your own people. Sorry, profiting off of poisoning your own people. Good idea. People are always going to do drugs. At least this way you can have some control over it. The thing is, we're not going to... we need to establish dominance, so I'm not going to attempt to win him over anymore.
Boo fucking who. People will always be taking drugs. Might as well do it clean and organized.
Yeah, that's what the labor movement is all about. Clean and organized. And the Hardy Boys are running it.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
The 8th Hardy, the one that's missing, she runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Now, if he's the guy in charge and everybody follows along with what he says, that would make him primarily responsible for the hanging, right?
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
Elizabeth sighs.
I know. Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Okay, so we did get a few more points of this, but 17%, I mean, I guess I should give it a spin. It feels awfully unlikely to work. I mean, it's statistically very unlikely to work. Let's give it a shot. You know, you never know.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
I can stomp my feet while saying, first you tell me someone's been raped, and then you won't say who. That's bullshit. Kim, I need your gun. Yeah, that'll definitely work. I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. Point your finger. If you point your finger at somebody like this, it's going to get snapped off like it's in Darkman. So we're not going to do that. Yeah, confront them. Like, none of these are going to work because we failed the check. But we get to choose how it fails. So confronting him on the fact that he said that there had been a sexual assault, and then he won't bring up any details.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it, all right?
Hello to Eastbourne. Yep, yeah, early stream today. Having some good times with Disco Elysium, but I hope that you're having a great Monday so far.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not the law after all to yourself. Maybe everyone's been lying to. No, I'm going to say I am the law.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop breaking things in my establishment! Stop provoking those oafs!
Okay, nothing's been broken in like 24 hours, Gart. It's fine. The man behind the counter shouts.
They're not going to give you anything. Can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat.
I don't have any non-pathetic responses here. So I'm not going to threaten physical violence. I'm not sure that I want to say shut up, barman. Let me say shut up, barman.
What is your...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing.
Eastbourne is saying did some heavy manual work today, so sitting back comfy, watching great streamers. Cool. Yeah, hopefully we can provide some good company. Also, Titus here is actually handling it correctly. I think I've been calling him Hardy here and there. But, yeah, he doesn't get all worked up the way that my character does.
We are deep in Far's territory. We need to cool off and re-engage later.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
Yep. Okay, so that's what we've got. Let me talk to Elizabeth real quick, and then we'll probably go talk to Joyce.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Nope. Also, I do have to consider the possibility that we need to learn racism from Measurehead. I really don't want to do that. That is my absolute last-ditch fallback response. And here's the thing. Like, ContraPoints once did a really, really good video about, like, pickup artistry. But one of the things that she talked about at length was the fact that researching for the video and learning the language and the thought processes and the reasoning, quote unquote, the justifications behind pickup artistry with chads and negs and skull shapes and everything else actually started to creep into her actual everyday thought processes. And she described like going out to a bar and without thinking about it, without intending to, starting to categorize people into alphas and betas and thetas, I think is the third one. Honestly, who the fuck cares? But sometimes when you start to internalize a particular way of thinking, it can be inside of you and be a little bit difficult to shake. And I don't want to play a racist character, nor, by the way, do I want to spend a skill point to learn a racist theory and then probably a second skill point to expunge it from my mind. So that's all the reasons that I don't want to do that with Measurehead.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Oh, wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire quarter.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
Wait. Because Kim specifically said, here's the thing about authority. If you have to constantly assert your dominance, then you're not very dominant and you're not very confident. I don't think twice about turning this over to Kim because I think that Kim has a good point. We should not hand over this information until she's done good on her point. She said, I'll help you out if you go investigate this. We've investigated it. I'm going to be fully upfront with her. But now it's time for her to express some good faith and give us what she wants. And I'm still going to actually speak up, but I'm not going to give her the information.
Exactly. But what?
I'm not sharing the information. There will be an investigation. That's all I will say.
Okay. I thank you for sharing that much with me. My employer thanks you as well.
She exhales as though a weight has been lifted from her shoulders.
In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
More about the bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
I'm going to ask for now, but I'd also very much like to know what those orders are.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
So one of my options is, I have to say, this is not disco. Maybe the investigations can team up, share resources and intelligence. They don't sound like they're up for teamwork, especially what with their having psychological trauma and not knowing how to operate inside of a civilian cityscape. I'm going to go with boy, oh boy, that's not good.
It's not good. No. My only hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put...
She grabs hold of the mainsail.
If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
Does this have any sort of real-world analog? Like, is that a thing about real-world hornets and honeybees?
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
I can see it happening. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? I'm going to go with number 2, because I'm not sure that confrontation is inevitable. I think that we can head it off. So isn't this a pretty bleak scenario?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Okay, so what can you tell me about Crenell, which is the military organization?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eendracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
All right, anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
She thinks.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
She thinks.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call it off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
So we keep hearing about a woman that got assaulted. That seems like very important information.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
So what did the teenagers say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in...
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Who was assaulted?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
Well, I hope so. I am also mindful of the fact that when we were talking with the Hardy Boys about why because they straight up confessed that they did the lynching, they said that, well, she, the guy that they lynched sexually assaulted a woman, raped her, I think was the exact phrase that they used, and was like getting drunk and insulting people and also just like coming into their bar. And my character noted that there was a strange de-escalation of accusations. Like they started off with like this bad thing, but then like kept talking about things that seemed increasingly incidental, and that they were then very, very reluctant to share any information about the alleged assault that had happened. We need to find the victim to whom it happened, because right now it's something that everyone is saying and no one is proving. The colonel, the one that was hanged, did Joyce know him?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
There's a pang of regret to her voice.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own.
So Force makes an interesting point. Oftentimes you're, like, if you're listing off reasons as to why you don't like someone, you're usually going to start with the worst thing about them and then work your way down. But it does... I feel like what's being gotten at there is that even the Hardy Boys didn't feel that the crime of assaulting the woman was worthy of the lynching, because they then went on to provide additional rationales. I agree with you that I feel like that's a little bit of a stretch, but it is something that came up, and that was the suggestion that my character's mind made about, like, it's weird that there's a de-escalation of accusations here.
In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Before we go on... Corty. Okay, so this is Corty that we're talking about with, like, the trouble speaking and so forth. Where are the two remaining mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
So throwing my weight around in this situation, it really doesn't feel productive, but I mean, authority does make a good point. The RCM gets its authority from the Coalition. Where does theirs come from?
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
We still need to know exactly where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
So I have a 97% chance to succeed at this, the highest percentage that we've seen so far. We also get a +1 for Scab Leader Murder Bad Reply. I know who the Scab Leader is, but I don't know what that means. Number 1, clothes didn't fit right. Oh, we think that's Corty. Okay. That's who we're thinking. Got it.
One is obviously the Scab Leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in the ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the Scab Leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
Joyce is poised and unperturbed by the fact that I've worked out who he is.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
Yeah, and I'm perfectly happy to intervene on behalf of the Union if we don't wind up with these two mercenaries just going full auto on everybody. One of the other mercs is probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
She nods towards the sloop's cabin.
I hope I can answer it better.
Okay, how much time do we have before the mercs get all shooty?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
All right, well, that seems to be everything for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Now will you tell me about these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Let's watch her.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms in a pattern?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What's the use of the map? It feels like a chronicle. I feel like that's the use of it, but...
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
I've spoken to him. For now, the soul is fastened inside of his corpse. That's something that I say to Inland Empire, not to Joyce, right? Yeah.
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse.
Joyce takes absolutely anything in stride. I actually really like her. Okay, what travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
She points to it on the photo.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
She points to his heart. What's that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
Azric has to take off to take care of some errands. Sent you something very interesting on Twitter. I will very much look forward to seeing that. Have a great rest of the stream and catch everyone later. Azric, thank you so much for the lurk.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Who could tell me more about this map?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Okay, I'm going to defer to Encyclopedia. You're right, not a good idea. Leave it off the schedule. Specifically because the other option is ask mercs about tattoos. Yeah, let's ask elsewhere. I'm also thinking that, remember that old man who was playing like with the bulas there by in the crater? That guy seemed to know a lot about military history. He might be able to take a look at this map. Let's leave it off the schedule.
I am relieved you think so. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security.
Okay, that's all for the tattoos.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Doesn't seem like it.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Okay, and I see why we got so many, why the game was so adamant this is one that you really need to do. This thought is +1 XP for every orb clicked, which, you know, who knew that this was in the game? Now I'm thinking back on all the orbs that I've clicked that are now lost experience points. It's only +1, but, you know, hey, we'll make it up when we go into the, like, whatever orbs that I've clicked that I've now lost out on, let's remember that when I go across the river tomorrow, on Wednesday, Wednesday in the game, there'll be so many more to click on there. And also, all intellect learning caps have been raised by 1. We're nowhere near the learning caps, but now we've got a very high ceiling on them. Okay, and I think that is as good a point to call it as we are liable to find for a while. So when we return to the world of Disco Elysium, we will be asking Joyce about the realization that we just had about Jamais Vu. We're going to go talk to the scab leader outside the harbor district, and I think that the next thing that we're going to do is at 2100 go back and try to meet with the smoker, the witness who was up on the balcony and had a clear view over the courtyard where the murder took place. So, yeah, lots of stuff that I think are hopefully going to happen between now and 9 p.m. Actually, we'll probably go a lot later than 9 p.m. than 2100. But yeah, lots left to do here on Tuesday in the world of Disco Elysium. While we find somebody else to raid, I just want to thank everybody for stopping by and joining. This was a very, very fun way to spend a day off from work. And it looks like Caroluna is live in the world of SnowRunner. We're just going to give it a moment. Whoa, hold on. That sound that you hear, sorry about that. That's the commercial loading on his website. I just want to make sure that he is in fact live, and if he is, then we will be raiding over to him in just a few moments. Yes, he is. Awesome. So, yep, Eastbourne and Zerder are there, so let's all go say hello and watch him rebuild the map of Michigan in SnowRunner. If you have not yet checked out this game, it is a very good time. At first glance, it looks like a bunch of trucks moving slowly, but when you watch, there's actually different tasks to unlock, deliveries to be made, projects to to pursue, and then upgrades to make to your vehicles. It's actually a very, very neat game, and there's some real decision making in terms of which vehicle you take, where, and what paths you take. I think it's very cool, so I hope that you will join us there. Until next time, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you guys have a great night.